Yo, what's up, Iger? Good morning. Yo, good morning, Hogwarts. Hey, Hogwarts, I was thinking about you yesterday when the market boomed on that Trump tweet because you were thinking about taking a long or doing calls on options, right? On Friday. That would have worked out pretty damn well, huh? Still got to, I think, consider building a automatic trading system that uses Trump tweets. Still think it would be a fantastic idea. Castle, good morning. Happy New York session. Bear on the first hour, yes, sir. Gonna be honest with you guys, I got so much stuff going on right now with my trading stuff. I built a bunch of stuff over the weekend, and so I get hit. All my stuff is scattered everywhere right now, so I'm trying to get organized a little bit. But I am trying to get some of this stuff up to a point where I can, think about like hosting it and sharing it with you guys. Let me show you what I got going on though right here. So this is something I'm working on right now. So it actually shows my live levels, and then all around us, it'll show various levels. You can see we got 5-star levels above us at 281 and 261. And it basically has all the levels around us. So as we move through prices throughout the day, we should be able to have levels around us. Then I have some analysis that I've done down here, and this happens automatically, but it'll say, and this is essentially like session dynamics is what I'm calling it, where you have potential setups down here based on what's going on up here. And then this here is a regime map, and this tells you who's in control at what times. And these are kind of the different event states that change that determine this. So a lot of stuff going on. I also built a automated trader where if one of my trade setups, it's analyzing price around levels and the setups that I have for today. And if one of them triggers, it will automatically place an order. So I'm working on the automated portion of stuff too as well right now. But anyway, I got a lot of stuff going on. If you guys care to check out the daily levels and kind of the analysis for today, go to trader.ix.com. It'll be up there. But yeah, some cool stuff coming down the pipe. And I mean, this right here, let me make sure market's not doing something right now. Got a potential long setup right here, but you can see we've been driving into this level quite a bit, so it's been tough to try and catch something off of it. I've also built this too. So this thing is like the control for my whole engine. And So all these are buttons, and if I hit like research agent, for instance, it'll run a bunch of back tests through the data that I have, looking for different edges in the market. High probable, not quite setups, but outcomes. If I run session dynamics, it will look at what happened in the overnight session versus what happened in yesterday's PM session, try and get a gauge on what's probable to happen in the AM session and PM session. And then the setup optimizer will take everything that everything is doing, and it will run potential setup scenarios and then assign probabilities. And then it tracks everything and is a self-improving system. So this is, it's very, very cool. Now, I got to spend time making sure that it's all glued together correctly. But everything else will run on a schedule, which is great. So I've got some autonomous. Most of this is autonomous. I want to essentially be training the engine over and over and over, and it has a self-improvement loop built into each one of these systems. So from now on, I should have 2 battle maps coming out, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and then the one in the afternoon will analyze what happened in the AM session. So I'm still kind of testing. This will be like my first day testing all of it, but let's see how it goes. Gavin, nice dude. I love it. GGW, do you mainly update all the data or just calculate based on your levels? So my data gets downloaded at the end of the day, and then it does a bunch of number crunching. It rates all the levels, and then all the other stuff will work off of those levels. And then it creates new data to backtest with. So it's kind of, here's the way it works. It pulls down data, and then I run tests on the data, and then as it discovers new edges with the data, it will then record that feeds into all the other systems like the setup generation. And then, so for instance, if it finds that the overnight session goes down, the AM session goes down, and then the PM session goes up, with a high probability, it will use that to factor into the equation to look for potential long setups in the PM session after that has occurred, if that makes sense. So it kind of finds probability in regime control based on the session and what's happened previously, and then it will find edges in the market that are, let's say, potentially applicable in different scenarios and based on levels. So it's a pretty complicated system, but it's coming up with some pretty damn good results. So I'm going to keep building it out, keep working it. Okay, that's what's up, Gavin. Nice, man. Have fun. Do I have any rules for setup generation? Yes, I do. So here's the way the setup generation will work. It will... Here, let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, so here are some of the results. Best setup by session pattern, ranked by profit factor. So this is saying AM bounce at overnight low, long at AM low. It's a PM entry type of setup. It's got an average P&L of 40 points. It's got, so far with everything it's tested, it's got 100% win rate. AM rejected overnight low plus short at AM high. PM session setup, 100% win rate. And of course, you got to pay attention to how many days. And I'm going to have to reorganize this a little bit so it's easier to read. But all these are very, very high probability so far. And so when I run these setups in the morning, it's based on what level. So, for instance, overnight low is a level. Some of these levels are, bearish chain, overnight AM. That's based on order flow. So the rules for the setups essentially are to only apply setups in the morning based on dynamic levels that are around us. If it's been back tested and it has a high profit factor, I might add a minimum of times that it's been seen. That would be this days, so that we're not getting, setups based on like it's only been seen a couple days, right? So there's the research agent, the edge discovery, the session dynamics, and the setup optimizer all do different things. This kind of looks at overnight action, AM action, PM action, Thursday to Friday, Friday to Monday. Let's say if Thursday hits the low of Wednesday, what are the probabilities that Friday moves up? Things like that. And if, Thursday hits the high of Wednesday, retraces back into the range of Wednesday, what's probable to happen on Friday, so on and so forth. So it's encouraged to essentially self-educate and self-improve. So after any time it finds new things, it's writing it into the code that these other things do. Edge discovery, what this does is I essentially recorded all of the expansions that happen, and it's constantly looking through data to see, are there new expansion moves that happen around my levels? And if they do, it's not forward looking. What it does is it says, okay, well, if it happened around these levels, what are the things? Thanks for the sub, Iger. Appreciate that, man. As it looks through that data, it looks for conditions that cause that expansion by the level. So that's what edge discovery does. Research agent is constantly looking for, like, let's go outcomes. Oh, also it'll record, if the setups actually work, and then feed that back into a self-improving feedback loop. Yeah, every system is its own agent. That's correct. But yeah, so the research agent will essentially dig and have a hypothesis for things it wants to learn about, let's say. And it's encouraged to learn about new things, get curious about it. And then after it tests for over 5 iterations, the next 5 tests are supposed to say, out of those 5 hypotheses, which yielded the best results. And then from that, go deep on it. Go really deep on those ones that performed well. An example would be, what is the result? And it will just do this by itself. Like, what is the result when the morning of today goes and hits the midnight price? What tends to happen after that? And then it'll back test for that. And then if it finds anything interesting, it'll run it deeper. And then eventually it will come up with a discovery of, like, when, this happens, this tends to happen, and then it will match it with the session dynamics, with the edge discovery on the expansions, and then the setup optimizer is like, okay, how do we make this into an actionable setup? Which is like this. And then it will record, what the best, based on the MFE and MAE, what are the best entries, targets, and stop losses. And then this over here, I'm really liking this sheet right now. So this is essentially tracking the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, 60 minute, and then session. Essentially the control, like who's in control over the past 5 minutes, it's bulls, who's in control over the past 1 minute, bears, so on and so forth. So this can give you an idea of like who's in control at what time frames, so that in an ideal scenario, you start getting alignment in all the time frames. And then again, this is tracking where we are and then what prices we have above us and below us. So you can see right here, we got some pretty key levels coming up above us. And then again, this is kind of tracking those session dynamics, AM direction, overnight direction. And then based on that, can come up with sort of scenarios: overnight down, AM tested overnight low, PM goes up 88% of the time. And because of the contract rollover, the data is a little bit limited. You can see this happened to 8 days. So when all of this happened, the PM session goes up 88% of the time. Does that make sense? And then back-tested setups is like, okay, well, this is what happens. What are some actionable potential setups here? And I'll probably be simplifying the way this looks. Short at overnight high, win rate 91% of the time. So if we get up to the overnight high, this is saying that based on all these conditions, you should have a pretty good high chance of getting a sweep and reverse back into the range. I haven't actually set it up Hogwarts yet because I just built it over the weekend, and I'm gonna have to figure out like a hosting type of deal because this is constantly updated. T-Job, no, unfortunately I was in Vail yesterday and did not trade at all. GG, yeah, there's a lot of data, and that's one of the important pieces, to this. And I think any AI, driven system is that it's got to be grounded with a source of truth, and that for me is essentially the way it works here. Is everything that shows up on the footprint is. So like the bid and the ask volume at every price for every candle of the day is what gets downloaded and analyzed. But, if you want to build a system like this, you can build it on candlestick data, whatever kind of data you want, or that works for your system, I would say. Just make sure that you ground everything so that AI isn't just making up shit. It's all based on data. Is, I would say, one of the most important things. Damn, 1 billion. Sorry to hear that, bro. Dude Cook, blown so many stuff by accident. Earlier I was close to passing. Man. Damn. I actually have both happening, GG. So for my main sheet, this is all like my regular battle map. So this is all generated in the morning, and this does not change from the morning to noon. And all of this is based on downloaded data from, basically right before the market opens is what I shoot for. And so that is run off of downloaded data. This is run off of data that is being pulled every minute. And then the only API calls I have, because everything is in here is based off of, coded logic. The only thing that I have API calls is for, see this window I have here? So this is essentially analyzing all the data that comes through. And if something looks good, I will do an API call for a more in-depth analysis of what's happened. And then based on that API call, I might get a automated entry trigger. And then beyond that, the only other API call I have in the whole system is when I am generating this, I have an API call to Claude Opus. But essentially it's being fed all of my data. And then the only thing it's really doing is coming up with like the regime bias here, the tape story, the prior session, and then these setups. And these setups are fed the logic for my back testing. All right, T-Drop, T-Drop, good to see you, man. And Iger, a lot of moves have been happening in the Asia session. Here lately, it's been super sneaky. This is kind of a choppy session here, but yeah, we've been noticing a lot of big dumps happening in the Asia session, or big rallies. We had a big rally last week. Looking like we're kind of stuck in a range here. So I'm not super interested in taking anything right now. It's looking like this could drive up right now. Look at it. I just did your taxes for the whole year. Your profits are so cooked. Yeah, man. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's a high spend. Look at this thing. Mind blown when all the shit got added up. Some profit somehow. This data candle, it's gonna be tough to really derive, I think, reliable setups based on data. I think, until everything shakes out of this move, until we start seeing the aftermath of this move, because it was such an anomaly, I think it's going to be tough to take trades based on any of this. But you can see we had a nice reaction out of here. It's just tough to try and take a trade off of here when it's what it looks like it's trying to do is this, breakthrough. So this was a tough one, but yeah, I think obviously we're seeing a nice reaction out of this level. And here, let's just take a look at the take profit. We got a take profit 1 just right up here, I think close to that VWAP, maybe a little above it. And just so you know, the setups that show up on my sheet show up on my chart. So let's see, setup 1, S3. Okay, so actually it did, hit this take profit 1, take profit 2 is right here. Kind of looking like if we get up here, I might be interested in a short. Yeah, no, that's silly, man. Like, some people got it right because we were looking at a previous weekly low down here. Wait, sorry. Yeah. Where we closed on Friday, we were looking at a previous weekly low. But, you can't predict these kinds of things, Trump tweeting like this. That's why we need to create an automatic trading bot based on Trump's tweets. But, yeah, I mean, if you didn't catch this, that doesn't matter. Anybody who caught it got lucky, in my opinion. But there were some technicals down there that could have led you to have a long bias, like Hogwarts was, for instance. Hogwarts, you getting ready for the short? Copy that. We got the value area high right here. Seeing some strong bullish momentum right now. But we've been only only down here this morning. And then in here, this is kind of the first time we've had a meaningful bounce. Seeing some aggressive buyers up here from 320 to 335. A little bit of absorption up here. Passive selling happening at 24,313. You need to make $20 to pass 350. Oh man, I'm gonna pray for you, 1 billion. Take it slow, dude. Just micro it for sure. I'm still working on the logic here, but I also have these showing where you see these highlighted circles. These are change in state of deliveries. A really change in market structure. Now I'll say that right now I feel pretty damn good about having like my technicals covered. The one thing that I want to fill the gap in is just getting a nice feed of news, which I was looking at Financial Juice potentially. This looks like it wants to come down. Had a lack of demand up there and then some hard selling out of here. Yeah, 1 billion. I think the only bigger ones were the ones around the tariffs. Nasty candles here. Looking to see if a sell the open setup happens right now. That move up yesterday before the tweet. I suspect algos and inside trading. Yes, agree, Castle. What is that range in here? This range? This is the value area range. From this blue line to this blue line? Or are you talking about down here? Okay. Yeah, this range here is it's based on my data, but let me I can figure out exactly what it is for sure. It's let's see. So mixed. It was the overnight low mixed with. Let's see. I think it was a some sort of no. It couldn't just be point of control because it's a range here. Are we moving right now? Yeah, it looks like we might be. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Don't have it like readily available, but essentially, like my levels are built on a kind of a bunch of different things. But essentially, this is overnight low mixed with order flow. So order flow could be anything from a high volume node. Previously, right here, it could be absorption, a rejection level that pushed price down. Quite a bit different reasons why this area could be important, and unfortunately, I don't have that right at my fingertips. What's up, Dr. Ninja? Thanks for the follow, and good morning. Which broker am I using? I'm using NinjaTrader. Good. You had instant stop loss and profit with that bounce and took 150 out. Nice, Iger. Copy that. Looks like a gap closing down on SPX. Okay, copy that, Hogwarts. On just so everybody knows, on NQ, we still got up until 400, 420, until at least my setup for short, and that would be a full gap close on NQ. Looks like we're about at half gap right now, though, on NQ. Oh, and Zio MRE. Sorry, I saw you just said yo down there. So yo. Yo, what's up, Adam? You stayed up till 3:30 a.m. helping my friend get iridescent and ranked, and I carried his ass. Nice, man. So you're back to liking Warzone again? Oh my God, that bounce, double nuts. I nearly blew 150K. God damn, 1 billion. You gotta chill. You don't have to do anything. You do whatever the hell you want. You blow them if you want. But I'm just hoping that you pass those 150s without blowing it if you're $50 away. This has been pretty nasty in here. For sure, you could have taken this scalp up and this scalp down. But the problem is, I would say the challenge, at least when I'm looking at it, is like, yeah, we got rejection after rejection in here, but it's really tough to see that we're going to break out of this high right here just on this candle. It just happened very quickly. And then obviously once we tap that value area high, I was seeing a little absorption and then hard sellers come out of it, but then we bounced right back up. So these real fast one candle moves are, I think, tough to catch when we've been chopping around. What, yesterday? Yeah, it was a Trump tweet. Are you talking about, Adam, or are you talking about today? You like this price action today? I'm not loving it. Yeah, I'm scared to do one micro. Dude, one micro for $20 is the way to go. With, look at the range here we got. We got 185 to 285 right up here. That's 100 points right here. So deceivingly large. Yeah, yesterday, of course, in hindsight is great, but you just can't. I mean, this thing moved up. I mean, this isn't a matter of like 1 minute. This is Trump tweet. And I don't know the exact timing of the tweet, but who was it? Who was saying in here it was before the actually before the Trump tweet? Looks like we have some aggressive buyers coming in right here. Could be a potential launch off from this point. Let me take a look. Looking like aggressive buyers. Yep, around 24,298. Yeah, so Adam, how long do we have you for today, man? And congratulations on, being able to trade, man. You've been patient, and it paid off, brother. Now, I'll just tell you guys intuitively, having price drive up here and then shorting it, anticipating this being the potential low of the day. After all of this, rejection down here, might be a tough trade for me to take, but, and I think just to, take into consideration that this might happen and we might get a pullback here, but it might not be a continued move. So I will probably follow these take profits. We got one take profit here, one take profit here. So I will probably follow those if I take this short up here. Hell yeah, Adam, I love it. $12 p.m. Eastern or 12 p.m. your time. Your weekly point of control is on 24,400 and value area high at 24,650. Thanks, Iger. Good to know. Hey, what's up, Arcane Angles? Good morning. How are you doing? Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah. We we had a good time in Vail, and I was sitting in bed when this happened, and took a look at this and just was like, oh my gosh. I don't know if I would have been in it or tilted or what, but I imagine this broke a lot of hearts and made a lot of money for a lot of people. But yeah, we went to Vail and went to John Summit. That was a lot of fun. We stopped by the Monarch in Blackhawk and played a little blackjack. I ended up like $120. It was really irritating because my buddy, we sat down at the same blackjack table, and immediately the count was good. So I count cards, right? And when it's in your favor, you push it. And I had a count of like 7 on the first deck, or the first shoe. And so anyway, I was pushing it. I was losing. My buddy was winning. Instantly, he was up $1,500 and I was down 500. And so anyway, that first round of blackjack was like, okay, I'm gonna have to. Now I gotta stay here and be patient and make it back. And it's kind of like poker, right? You gotta bet small. You continue to bet small until edge isn't. You have an edge. You have expected value in your favor based on, the count. And so, ended up coming back. My buddy went to like the slot machines, won another like $700, and I was still playing blackjack. Eventually, I crawled out of it and ended up, $120. So, we left there, went to the hotel, checked in, met up with some friends at the John Summit concert, and had a really good time. Went back to their condo and stayed up till like 4 a.m. They had a DJ playing at their condo, and it was fun, good time. But yeah, so anyway, after that 4 a.m. Run, went and crawled in bed, and then saw this thing happen. It was pretty funny. And I just, my eyes were barely open, and then I went right back to sleep. But I was like, just kind of thinking about how it impacted other people's day, and was hoping you guys stayed safe on it and didn't try and short it as it was going up. Sure, Dr. Ninja. Why I didn't enter a trade buy after that candle rejection. Are you talking about right here? Yeah, I think it could have been a valid buy. I think I haven't been super convinced yet. I mean, we've seen some pushes up that get driven back down. So it could have been a potential buy here, but we also have, this wick happened pretty damn quickly. If I was in it, I would want to be in down here. And to be honest, I did consider, as it was dropping, buying it down here, but I just, seeing the way that we're chopping back and forth hasn't been the most convincing for me to feel confident in going long. So because we've been chopping here, I did have a long setup down here, but it was unclear. The entry trigger has been unclear here. So I'm thinking I probably don't want to take this long setup, and I'm waiting for this short setup up here. But if you were looking at this as a potential rejection, once it rejected down here, you could go long. And I don't think it would be, frowned upon to go long. But I think after messing around up here and coming down so strongly, to me, it's like, now that it's held up here, it's looking pretty damn good. But if we keep driving into it over and over and over and over, it's like, okay, well, how long is this level going to hold? And at some point, you might anticipate we're going to take the lows. And if we take those lows, it would, my guess would be, is if we take these lows, we're dumping hard. But, in defense of buyers right now, I think we're starting to see some evidence that maybe this is the low of the day. Maybe. Just because we're looking at this level here that held after many, many, many attempts that it held. And you can look at it, two ways. One, sellers are slamming a sledgehammer down at this level, but they're unable to break it for the time being. So we might have a case for a bullish move after this. If we got absorption down here, we got buyers trying to support it, potentially on VWAP. I could see this being an expansion, that comes up here. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Dr. Ninja. Just didn't have as much faith in it. Um, if this was like a first test down here, I would have had more faith in it. I already took a long trade in here. I think it was right around here, and I took it and closed it pretty quickly. But after we tested this level multiple times, it just wasn't as interesting to me. I do trade gold, but very selectively. I was trading it quite a bit when it was at all-time highs. I really liked the price action. It hasn't been, I would say, at least for me, as easy of a read. But I do like gold. I just, right now, I think we've had a pretty big shakeup, of what was going on. So I was also thinking I might start creating levels based on gold. The weekly point of control, are you talking about for NQ or gold, Iger? Let me go get some water, guys. I'll be right back. Yep. Yep. Yeah, we still got a lot of room down here if we can break through these levels. I'm just a little concerned that we held. I'm thinking maybe if we can get this move up, maybe we can dump from up here. Because right now, here's what it looks like to me, at least, is that we put in a low down here, come up here, start trying to push against this thing over and over and over, and we fail. So then we gain a little more height, and then we try again. Boom, fail. So here's my thought, is that if we're gonna break this level down here and continue going lower, we've got to like, if we're looking at this like a bowling ball, you drop it from this height, okay, it can't break it. Drop it from this height, can't break it. We might need to drop it from a higher height so it can gain more speed, momentum, and then get people in trouble that are long to push through this level. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Nice, Iger. Nice work. Adam, that's funny, man. Yeah, I wouldn't blame anybody for wanting to stay out of this right here. It's been a choppy morning so far. You just need 15 bucks. All right, 1 billion. One micro at a time, man. One micro at a time. All right, so if we do get up to this area, here's going to be, the game plan for me. I need to watch it. I need to see what happens here. Let me take a look at the setups I got. So that is S1, overnight point of control, prior close. Okay. Yeah. Prior close and value area high, cluster short. Between 24,395 and 24,430. So essentially what I want to be watching for is like, do we come up here and we start building like value where we're not able to close red and then go above? If so, I'm going to wait. Basically don't want to start seeing momentum build in here. I think based on where it is, we could see a sweep and then driving back through that level, in which case I would want to catch it on the way down or on a retest. But, if you're trading small and you're willing to risk it, you could just put in a potential limit order up here. And let me see where the stop loss is. Stop loss is all the way up here. So you got basically a 40-point stop on this trade coming up. Iger, Trading View. Yeah, if you're delayed, Dr. Ninja, that's one thing that could happen, but I'm not sure what you mean, adjust my numbers. Oh, you can't see it. My bad. There we go. And also on... is that lining up now? Right now it's 24,133. Yeah, you're probably on a different contract. I don't know if you're still on the March contract, but if you are, you want to switch to the June contract for NQ. Yeah, thanks, Iger. Yeah. Mine has 100 Pepperstone. Sorry, what's that? I don't know what Pepperstone is. Oh, NASDAQ 100 Pepperstone. Okay, copy that. Yeah, I would just go to NQ or MNQ, the June contract. No, I don't trade with Pepperstone. Dr. Ninja, that's why you said TP 24166. Oh, I gotcha. So it looks like we're having a little, a pretty meaningful drive up right now. Let's see what we can get. If we get up in this area, you can see over here. I would say this is a meaningful rejection up here. Right there. I don't necessarily need to highlight it, but just look over here at how it rejected. Pretty meaningful rejection here. So could see it either reject within this zone here or a potential sweep is kind of what I'm thinking. And I think really what I'm planning on doing is just taking the trade. If it looks good, placing my stop and just letting it go. If it ends up stopping me out, I would say because we're kind of going against the grain now. I mean, we're going with the move. Overnight move is down. In context, we had this big ass move yesterday. We've been driving into the inefficiency over here. But let's see, what did we stop at? Let's go from down here to up here. I don't know, maybe it looks like 66% retracement. So we were digging into this inefficiency over here. We stopped right here to start driving back up. Now the question is, are we coming up here so that we can continue going lower? Or is this the low of the day and we start taking out some of these levels up here? So this level, with the context of this big overall move that, this could be the final retracement. We could be driving up, although I would expect it to be a little more violent. Could be the case. So we just want to make sure that we're prepared for this driving through this level, and it drives through this level. I probably got one more short up here to try. But if we start taking these levels out with momentum and buyers are really getting aggressive, this level could get blown through too. So we have probability on our side, with these setups, but doesn't always have to play out. So I would just make sure that you're sizing accordingly. Dr. Ninja, you are looking at the wrong instrument or the wrong contract date. Castle, your CVD is looking like a divergence. Copy. Yeah, right here, I see. Nice, 1 billion. Good job, dude. I remember last time you were, I don't know if it was a payout or if it was just passing your evals, but you had, maybe it was a couple $100 or something like that. And you ended up blowing it. And I've been there, man. So I'm glad you got that passed, man. Took $25. Copy that, Hogwarts. Yeah, 1 billion. I totally hear you, man. But, crazier stuff has happened, at least to me. You got to be prepared for that. You got to be prepared for, the demon on your shoulder influencing you too much. So looking like, we're chilling out a little bit on, we got a higher high here created. On price, we do not have a higher high on cumulative volume delta. As Hogwarts was pointing out there's a divergence here. So essentially what we're looking at is demand might be dying out a little bit up here. We're getting pretty damn close to this level, but it shouldn't surprise us if we actually start moving short. I'm going to try and be patient, wait for this level up here, and if we hit it, be looking to take that short, depending on how it looks. Yeah, Adam, I'm not a terribly huge fan of anything just yet either. Waiting for this level up here to potentially get hit, and let's see if we get a rejection off of here. Right now, just kind of looking like it's grinding. So, I wouldn't be interested in taking this long either in this grindy price action. Would love to see kind of another repeat of this, but from up here. Big push from sellers here. No, I'm looking at these right here. As potential signs that we could be turning over. Funnily enough, in the back testing that I've been running, the VWAP and point and control have not been great areas to take trades. I think they've been better as magnets, but as far as the results go, they've been not great as areas for entries. Hogwarts, yeah, I'm waiting for this area to get hit, and then I'm going to short from up here, potentially. So waiting for, let's say, 24,400 to get hit. Okay, copy that, Hogwarts. Yeah, saying VWAP and point of control is exits for you, not entries, Castle. Yeah. Yeah, and when you're looking at the point of control, a lot of times, especially if you're in balance here, you just see it get run over and over, up and down and up and down, and it just gets run over. But it can be a nice magnet if you're coming from outside value too. I think on VWAP first touches, sometimes you can get some nice reactions. And you can also get nice reactions off of previous day closes of VWAP. Yeah. Are you talking about just general price action, Adam? I would agree with that. It's been pretty terrible. Lots and lots of consolidations that you have to wait through. And also, Adam, another reason for that is because we had our triple witching day last Friday, and it was also contract rollover week. So a lot of repositioning happening. Okay, cool. Sounds good, Iger. I'll check it out. You need to check the economic calendars. Today we had 945 flash manufacturing PMI and flash services PMI. So I don't think we have anything the rest of the day. So we do have this area we're coming up to right here that could be a potential short from, but I don't know if I would trust this just yet. I'm gonna wait for this higher entry up here, but for anybody interested in getting in shorts earlier, we could potentially be at a point of rejection right here. Eiger. Yep, divergence in the last 5-minute candle. I've got that as well. It would break through 24,296. You'll look for shorts. 24,296 down here. Yeah, basically right. Breaking under VWAP. You're looking for shorts. Copy that, Dr. Ninja. Castle, I want to short, but my setup says wait. So I'm waiting for it to smash through the open. I'm learning to be more patient trader. Yeah, that's one of the best things you can do, Castle. Just if you have a nice setup waiting for you, control that FOMO and just wait for it to hit your level. That's what I'm doing up here. I'll tell you one of the things that can be frustrating, and this is, you guys have seen it happen a couple times, where I'll wait for a level like this and I'll have it drawn out, and maybe I wait 2 hours or something, and then it's consolidating, and then all of a sudden it blasts off up here. And because you've been itching to get in this trade for so long, you might pull the trigger a little preemptively without waiting to get additional confirmation, not just a level hit. And then it starts moving up, and maybe I hit the second short, and you wait for hours for it to hit your level, and it basically just goes the wrong direction. And of course that's going to happen sometimes, but it's something to be prepared for, so you can keep your emotions in check. Yeah, we're waiting Hogwarts. I'm waiting at least. I'm not right now, based on what I'm seeing, I'm not really believing this bull run completely. I mean, could be taken by surprise, and we just grind up like we have been right here. But I'm thinking there's probably a good probability we come up here and we could slam down. Pretty conservative take profits over here. So let's see, we got TP1 right here, and then TP2 down here. So basically the extent of this move comes down to the point of control, at least for me. But if we break through VWAP here and we come down here with momentum, I could see it either coming down here and bouncing, or we take out the low of today, this morning. So I could see that extension happening, but I'll probably be conservative and just take a quick win if I can get it. Also, just a reminder, these candles are, this range is large. So if I get a move from up here to, let's say, VWAP around here, that's about 100 points. Down to the point of control, that's about 140 points. So 140 point move that has a nice reaction out of here would be great. I'll go out with the dog real quick, so always when I leave, my desk moves happen. Nice, man. Okay, copy that, Igor. I'll see you in 30 minutes, man. Buyers having some trouble up here. I could see, if we don't start breaking these levels quickly, could see this pull back here to view up. Looks like we could have a potential squeeze happening. Looking pretty bullish here. Yeah, we definitely have some buyers. Starting at 24,350 and all the way up to right, 24,368. See some aggressive buyers. I wouldn't say it's it's probable that we have a breakout, but I would say it's definitely possible that we break out of this high, come up to this area. All right, it's coming up. Hogwarts, I know we got a couple people interested in starting shorts that wanted to start it a little early, but I'm not sure if they actually did. You don't like that we're going into lunchtime. I think that makes sense too. I mean, we could get some lower volatility, but we could get a retracement of the move during lunchtime as well, and that would also make sense. The one of the things I'm looking at here is if I pull up this. So if essentially this is just looking at like how the AM session, ends. So we got about 30 minutes before that ends. Just looking at that, potential. Let's say we come back down, test these lows. High likelihood in the PM session we drive up. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
Baby, I call in the dead of night, but you don't need me like I need you. Pray that I will be alone. Baby, I call in the dead of night, but you don't need me like I need you. Pray that I will be alone. Laying on the bed, waiting for your text. Babe, there's nothing left. Faded, I'm a wreck. Afraid what's coming next. Wish we never met. laying us to rest, but baby, I beg it. Too soon with a drunk call in the middle of the night. You took out my fault, didn't really mean to interrupt, yeah. But if you change your mind, then hit me up, no, yeah. Pain, that's an option, no time for nonsense. Can't ask you nothing, drink feeling nauseous. Too many toxins, not even conscious. Say nothing more, baby. Pain, that's an option, no time for nonsense. Can't ask you nothing, drink feeling nauseous. Too many toxins, not even conscious. Say nothing more, baby. We're better on our own. Tonight I'm getting through. She never coming home. Stay with me. Say you Pain, that's an option, no time for nonsense. Can't ask you nothing, drink feeling nauseous. Too many toxins, not even conscious. Say nothing more, baby. Pain, that's an option, no time for nonsense. Can't ask you nothing, drink feeling nauseous. Too many toxins, not even conscious. Say nothing more, baby. Baby girl, it's saying that we just friends, If we fucking, are we just friends? Are we just friends?
Hey, what's up, Ford Escape? Thanks for the follow, and good morning to you. Looks like we're testing this right here, this VWAP and point of control. Would be a bummer if this is where it starts moving down and we don't get a test up here. Not seeing anything on the footprint that is leading me to believe that sellers are going to keep pushing this down really, really hard here. I think we could bounce back up. After seeing that on the footprint, I don't want to mess up my opportunity up here. I want to stay focused on taking a short from up here, but I could see this being a potential long opportunity to go up here. Hogwarts, no, we didn't miss it. Oh, you're saying, did we miss the short opportunity? It's not looking like it at least yet. Well, let's see if they keep pushing down here below 24,280, maybe. Yeah, Dr. Ninja, that's what I'm saying. All right, we got some aggressive buyers here at 24,300. A little absorption, but we got some aggressive buyers. So let's hope we get pushed past that 24,300, and we can, come back up here and look for a nice short. So far, looking like buyers having a little bit of a tough time pushing price up. Are you going in right now? Okay, nice, man. All right, let's see what's up. See you on see you on the other side. This right here is looking like, bears are winning. Let's go, Dr. Ninja. I hope it works out for you. I hope you can get something out of it, and then hopefully we can get this drive up after you're able to make some money off it. Nice. Seeing some buyers coming in here at 285. Looking like they could get aggressive right here. Let's see. I'll show you what I'm seeing up here. Right here on the right side on the offer, those aggressive buyers popping up right here. Aggressive selling out of it. A little bit of passive buying down here. So let's see what happens when we get down to 24,270. If sellers can take these guys out down here, then we might have some more downside. I would be keying into this area 24,288 and above to see if these buyers are going to pop back in once price reaches up here. Yeah, if Bears win, this would be good for them. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so also from a key level standpoint, looking at this right here, 261 would be a key level, and then we're above 280 now, but 280 and 261. Also want to see, how do we react up in here? Do we really have these aggressive sellers that are originating this from up here? We know that right here we have some aggressive sellers. We pushed down, we broke structure down here. Are they willing to defend it up here for, let's say, the real move? So if we pop back up here, do we see a hard rejection coming back down to this level?
What's up, Jippy? Shit. What's up, Jippy? From New Orleans to Perth. I'm out.
Would I take this long instead? No, I'm not looking for longs, Hogwarts. I'm looking for shorts. I've got two short setups above us right now. So I'm looking to either take above 24,400 short or 24,500 short. Right now, we got a little bit of a battle happening. Right where we did over here, we had a tight consolidation here, expanded up. Now we are retesting this consolidation area. Right on the point of control. You can see right here is, a hot zone, right where we are. Definitely had some absorption happening up here at 24,299. Absorbing buy contracts. And we got aggressive selling happening over here. Absorption on both sides. But I would say this is the 24,300, probably the most meaningful level in this whole delta profile. Definitely seeing a lot of absorption down here at 24,284. So we got passive buyers at 284. Dr. Ninja, just so I can keep track of how your trade's going, what's your break even at right now? This candle right here was a negative 30% delta candle. Not super high volume, but negative 30% nonetheless. Still there. Yeah, I just didn't know what your price was. Hey, babe.
They're little biker shorts. They're biker shorts. They're not what I'm talking about. How they're a little showy. I have legs.
Slap your ass cheeks while you're doing it. I love you.
I love you.
All right. You entered below VWAP. Okay. Stop. It's 24,320. Copy that. I agree. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you didn't miss the big move, but let's see. I still haven't taken anything. Still some more absorption down here. Around 24,278. Let's see. I would anticipate if we are going to start bouncing, it would happen quickly. Or I shouldn't say quickly, but after bouncing down here and having absorption down here, I guess what I should say is I could see this start to get aggressive to the upside. There we go. A little bit of aggression here, 24,300. Buyers getting aggressive here at 306. Yeah, let's see how we react here in this inefficiency. Still seeing buyers get a little aggressive up here. And you know, like when this is happening, I'm trying to be patient to wait for this short. But if I'm just looking at order flow, this could, you know, this move right here that we did, because I was watching it around 24,300. Once we broke over 300 and started getting aggressive, you know, that could have been a potential bounce, you know, order flow scalp that you took for 30 points. Yeah, Iger, that's exactly right. When I was looking at that, when I was looking at the footprint candles, you know, it's again, I decided I'm going to wait up here, so I didn't take it. But, you know, when you have strong signs like that in the order flow, you can catch some nice scalps that are high probability when buyers start getting aggressive like that and you are anticipating a potential squeeze up. Dr. Ninja, yeah, you're out. No worries, man. You got a break even, and now you can potentially wait and see if you still like the short at a higher price. Seeing a little reaction up here where we had some passive selling happening between 333 and 336. Because right now, this could easily be a straight shot to sell zone. Just have to have an inverted hammer or engulfing red to take down more. Let's go revenge trade. Let's go, Dr. Ninja. Get it. Make sure you punish it for stopping you out break even, man. Adam. Yep. I feel you, man. That, you know, if sellers start getting aggressive, you know, we could come all the way back down to here. I'm still waiting up here. But, you know, if you're looking at this thinking this looks like it wants to go short, I, you know, wouldn't blame you for wanting to test out an entry on it. You're going to take it? All right, man. Godspeed. Yeah, I actually haven't taken a look at it. ES. Let me take a look at it. Looks like gold might be potentially making a move here as well. But yeah, let me check out ES. What the fuck? The one thing I'll be worried about here is that ES could be coming up here. But I don't know. According to my NQ data, this should be a hot zone up here to short from. But I don't know about ES. Oh, okay. Did you not enter? You were about to, but you decided not to? Don't fade me, little bros. Starting to see some aggressive selling here. Are you going to rerun the battle map for the afternoon session? Yes, sir. I'm going to. I haven't decided how I want to, if I want to replace the AM session, but right now, the logic should be that it will. I don't think it's going to keep it on the sheet, but it'll keep it on my chart. But yeah, it'll run. It should be running here in about 5 minutes. I think it's at 12:27. 12:37, my bad. And let's see if it runs automatically. That's the goal here, is to not have to manually do stuff. So let's see if it's working. pretty tough price action, I would say, so far. Consolidation here, driving up a little bit and looking like we want to go short, but not quite. We don't quite have the strength in sellers just yet after this big move down. So really, the context is short. Context is short, but we're not showing enough weakness yet. Tried to break this area, this 24,180 to 200 multiple times, rejected off that. So again, the narrative, I think, is that drop from a higher distance and maybe we bounce off of that, or we take it out. If this closes strong, I'm going to get a shower. I need to eat something before work, maybe some chicken bites. Nice. So definitely got some bullish higher time frame structure here. This is the hourly. You can see that we got some decreasing volume though as we're driving up. So we got a volume divergence. Sounds good, Adam. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I would love to open a swing trade on crude oil long. I still think we got higher prices coming on crude oil. Man, this is a bummer having to wait for all this, but it's kind of 90% of our job here is to wait, be patient. I'll tell you what, like if you're, like we are short biased right now, right? And we're waiting, at least I'm waiting for this to get up here, but the way this looks is it's really enticing, I think, if you're looking for shorts. I think this is enticing. This drive up was unable to make a new high. That high then creates a break of structure down here. And then now coming back into this inefficiency, we're seeing a rejection. Potential rejection. I shouldn't say that yet, but potential rejection. It just did not get aggressive. We got a little aggressive to the upside, but buyers just kind of stopped pushing things. Take a look at this volume profile. We got a low volume node we're digging into up here. Yeah, just kind of chop city right now. Dookie Benzino. I would have to agree with you, Adam. This is looking like Dookie Benzino. So, Adam, have you taken any trades since yesterday? Zero trades so far. This week definitely slower week and over the past month. Well, with the exception of yesterday, like the previous week was pretty garbage price action, I would say. But yeah, with the exception of the Trump candle, I would say. This to me kind of looks like sellers could take control of this and push it down, but they just haven't yet. So let's see. Yeah, so you might have seen great opportunities though. No, I mean I really haven't. Really haven't. But I've only been looking at the chart since last night, so. Okay, cool, Adam. Sounds good. Normally, I would be looking at this consolidation and this kind of fallout that we're having from it. I'd be looking at this as a potential short move here. Man, it's kind of looking like this wants to break here and come down. Yeah, we got a lot of wicks on top up here. This hourly candle, let's see what do we got, 30 minutes on it? Yeah, got 30 minutes on it. This hourly candle looks like it could start going down. All this after, the Trump candle up here, just looks like a complex pullback, coming and digging into this inefficiency. So I don't know what we would anticipate coming, as we dig into this inefficiency, when we could start seeing a bounce. But, right now, this move from yesterday was obviously bullish. And until, if we come down below here and break these lows, then we'll start thinking, really long term, we could be bearish. Damn, this is looking pretty damn dumpy right here. Not ideal. Like now that we're visiting these lower prices, You know, if we do come up here, I think it's just, I would have preferred to see this kind of bounce from here, come up here, and then we could take it short. Now that we're falling out of the range, breaking lows, just not as attractive anymore. Yep, Dr. Ninja, that's par for the course, especially with NQ. Now you're angry. Yeah, you wanted to get revenge on it after it stopped you out, and now you're angry. So you're gonna get revenge while angry. Fuck yeah, love it. Just make sure you get it good. You know what I mean? Don't let it get away with it. Man, I'm just wondering if, gosh, I don't want to just flip and say I want to take a bounce from down here. But this could potentially be a long setup again down here. Oh, hell yeah, Dr. Ninja, it sure did. It spit in your face when it did it. That's how you know, like, you know, when you get burned like that, that's how you know it's time to turn it on, size up, no stop loss, really push it to make sure to get revenge on the market. I think we're going to have a better opportunity. I mean, I hope so. We've been watching for a minute, but I do think that we're going to get a better opportunity. It doesn't mean if you see the trade set up, though, that you can't take them within here. Starting to see a little bit of aggression on the buy side up here around 260. We had a little bit of passive buying down there right at 24,256 was the first level that got hit, and then just down kind of at 245. Could see a bounce from here. Yeah, I multi-stream on Kick and Twitch. And I think YouTube should be on right now, although I don't think I probably don't have any viewers on YouTube. I just stream. I don't make content on YouTube. But it's like if I'm multi-streaming, might as well. The YouTube version of my stream is playing. It should be playing other music though, because YouTube is so strict. Same name on Kick. Yep. Short from here, Hogwarts. If you like it, I think it's been looking short ever since it's high. If you like it, I think you gotta take it. I think we could see a move potentially down to here, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till we get up here. All right, let's see what do we got. All right, Frazi, let me see what's going on with that new battle map. Might take a minute. I'll let you know when it's done, Frazi. What's up, Dr. Ninja? There you are. Yo, what's up, Monster? Copy that. You at work right now? Yes, I'm back. Back in business. Being patient. Waiting for a potential setup up here. But right now, it's kind of looking like, I don't know, sellers are teasing. Sellers are teasing a flush, is what it looks like to me. Nice, Monster. Nice work, man. You're on the train waiting to go home. Hell yeah. You're going to hop on the charts as soon as you get home? Lower highs ever since we hit this high up here at 24,385. Lower lows, lower highs. Been waiting for this whole day. One trade you took was on your phone. You hated it? Yeah, I do not enjoy trading on my phone. The only time I'll trade on my phone is usually when I'm like remote connecting to my computer. And it's usually like an overnight trade where I just put it on and just let it go and don't even watch it. I just put in my bracket order and then let it roll. Last night I tried to do that. It was such a bummer. I tried to do that, and my here trying to take this bounce. After it bounced here and stopped right here, I entered. So I entered right here for a long, and I should have given it a little more room. My stop was like right here at right under 24,200. I got stopped out probably by like 2 points, and it was one of those where I put it on and was just going to let it go, not pay attention to it, thinking that we were going to bounce for the night. And then it stops me out and then does this. So how many points was that I missed out on? and my take profit was up here at this high, by the way. So it was about almost 300 points that I missed out on. I didn't size up big or anything. I just had one micro contract on two different accounts. But damn, I got stopped out by like 2 points and then missed 300 points. Happens to the best of us, man. Hogwarts almost feels like a short here. I know each one of these legs down has felt like a short before it takes the leg down. So, like I said, I honestly wouldn't blame anybody for wanting to go short on this. We just got lower lows and lower highs creating. So we got this, whether it's a pullback or beginning of a trend, wide swinging trend down. That's what it's looking like. Breaking this low, high intact, high intact, high intact. So we got lower lows and lower highs right now. So this is at least in the short term, this is a little bearish move here. And we do have multiple sweeps on the higher time frame of the highs. Pretty wicky up here, not a ton of clarity, I would say. But, every time we take a high, we come back into the range. We take a high, come back into the range. So we're not showing a lot of dominance on the buy side. Also showing, weaker and weaker volume as it went up. So, I think overall it's looking short. It's just, a matter of when I'm going to hop in. And right now I am waiting for this. You hate trading on your phone because it's so much effort and so hard to draw. I'd rather just not. I know and the thing is, if you put a bracket out there with your phone, that's okay. But if you are more like, if you're looking to analyze what happens in specific areas and then potentially you're trying to get out with the same sort of read, it makes it very difficult on the phone. I find trading on the phone to be more annoying than it is fruitful. All right, looks like we do have some buyers coming in here. So is this finally going to be the move that takes out all these highs and comes up here? Let's hope so. It's met by immediate aggressive selling here around 306. Frazi, you should have that PM battle map up here soon. And I'll probably just end up replacing what's in there right now because I don't have a better system yet. So for me, I think it should keep the setups that are still valid in here on my chart. At least I'm hoping so. But I got a copy of the this morning's battle map in case we need to reference it. pretty big divergence if you're looking at this CVD, right? So here's the low at price wise of the day. We've been pushing down quite a bit on cumulative volume delta. A lot of times, if you make a bullish move and then you push down further than where it originated from, it's an indication of absorption and this is a bullish divergence. So when you have it, breaking the lows and essentially pushing down harder than where price is representing it, it's a sign of absorption, and you could get a bounce up. Not all the time. Of course, you could be driving down and sellers are really pushing this through. Passive buyers just give up and it pushes through and then we dump. But the way I typically am looking at a divergence like this is I'm thinking, okay, we drove up and now we're pulling back. And as we're pulling back, we're finding support from buyers, passive buyers at least. Should be able to see that represented if we take a look here at a delta footprint as well. I would say a little bit harder to determine here because you have absorption here, you got some absorption down here, but if you're only looking, let's only look at this down move here where we started to have that divergence. Majority of the absorption is happening here, around 78. But you can see it right here. See that, all that red over there? Hang on. All this in here. That's kind of what's happening as this is going down further than what price is represented, how price is representing that, because we broke the low of the morning on CVD, but we did not break it on price. So that's how you kind of explain it with the delta footprint chart. So we've got a lot of absorption happening right here around 80. Check gold at the moment. It reaches 435. Reject. A little short it. Okay. All right, looks like that battle map is created. I'm going to go ahead and upload that for Ozzy. So if you need to mark levels or anything, just get them marked up. Let's see. PM setups, 1056. And just make sure. All right, I got the setups, but it's still working on the HTML. It should be just a second. All right, let's. It's up. It should be refreshed. Let's check it out. All right, you can see I got a couple of more refreshed setups here. Interesting. We got a long out of this area and a long out of here. And this is these longs are supposed to be for after 1237, which we tapped into this. Mountain time. Is it in mountain time? You mean after the 1237? After 1237 Eastern time. Yo, there he is, Adam. You got a nice shower? Yeah, Hogwarts. I sure did. I'm up $29. It's because I canceled out my profits with some of those other trades on the other funded accounts. S6. Frazi, the 1237 clarification is based on when this is run. So it's based on data taken from 1237 and prior. So does that make sense? Right now, long is coming as per your setup one. Yeah, you mean down here. So if you actually look at it, Hogwarts, it just updated. This is still a key zone, but I'm not going to take this long. The long already played out over here. Not saying you couldn't take this long. It's just I might not be taking that. It's just not printed on your side. Sorry, Frazi. Can you clarify it's not printed on your side? That it's based on data 1237 and prior to that? That's just like that's when it runs on a schedule. Okay, copy that. To me, right now, what it's looking like is these two potential setups might be fails. Since we were waiting to go short up here, this is what I'm guessing. These longs were supposed to take us up to these levels to then short. And it looks like the short is happening faster than anticipated. It's kind of what it's looking like. You can see this level down here we have is a strong reactionary level. But we've been hammering this thing, and my thesis was that we couldn't break it down here, so we were going to take it higher to slam down into it, and once we took it higher to slam down into it, we could see a break down here. We are seeing some absorption down here. I think I'm gonna try. Let me take a look at this footprint. Might be down for a potential long down here. Just going to watch these buyers around 24.15, 24.215. Not loving it. All right, buyers getting a little aggressive up here at 220. Looks like it just got absorbed. Now sellers are taking back over. So yeah, I think I'm going to stay out of this. To me, again, it's looking like we had these potential setups to take long, and it looks like they failed, so we might not get these short opportunities. One thing that's not on here that I'm going to have to add, there are different conditions for triggers for each one of these setups, and they're not clear on this, on these battle maps, because it has trigger details, but it's empty, and it's like that on both battle maps, so I'm going to have to clarify that. I do have I'll show you what it looks like here. This is what it looks like. So see the trigger up bar negative delta on second test of Z4 zone, warning high, blah, 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 blah. So you see how we have, there are quite a few triggers, that my script is looking for, and it says both of these setups are still valid. But this is not in the battle map, and I'll have to add some version of this into it. And these like U 2014, U 2014 here, those are like, that's code for the levels that are in the battle map. Dr. Ninja, did you take this short? I'm wondering, we might be going for the low day here. This is kind of like the setup I wanted to see, but just didn't hit my price first. Damn. Got $20. Nice, man. So one setup that I have that is not on the battle map is taking a long from the overnight low. Probably looking for a sweep down here and then taking it long. So just to show you guys what I'm looking at here, it's not on the battle map, but these are all different overnight low conditions that have essentially an 80% win rate or higher. AM close at highs, long at overnight low. AM up, long at overnight low. AM close at highs, long at overnight low. So based on what we've done this morning, overnight low, long is a high probability setup at least. But again, I just like, and I don't think it'll be like this, for a long time, but because of this anomaly that we had yesterday with this Trump candle, I'm probably not going to trust the probability as much as I normally would if this is a normal overnight touch down here. Oh, my bad, guys. Okay, so we got the initial balance low. We also got the overnight low. This is the overnight low. So not I was thinking the morning low. No, so Hogwarts, if we were looking at this as the overnight low, and well, actually, sorry, this is the overnight low here, 24 to 193. So we're looking for a potential long here. I might be entering long. I'm gonna wait just a second, see if we get a little bit more bullish price action. I don't see it yet. All right, I'm in. Just going one here. I think this could, if sellers continue picking it up here, could be a little dangerous. The hell? If I start seeing some more confirmation here, I'll probably add to it. Still looking like sellers could take this. I think stop probably goes below this low. All right, Adam. Have a good day, brother. This really should be a trade that I'm taking with multiple accounts. But I think part of my, hesitance is because all of the, this setup hasn't been tested on a day where the day before Trump tweeted a 600 point candle into fruition. Looking like sellers might take this for a new low here. I'm not sure, but kind of looking like they're still pushing, trying to get their way, and could see a quick flush out of this as well. Coming down here to take these lows if buyers don't step it up. Would love to see buyers just start pushing this thing up here above 180. And just a reminder again, this is kind of like all the data, all the data I've gathered on this it's good. It's good. So this one is executed 28 times. This one is executed 42 times. This one is executed 43 times. This is 71 times. So a lot of good data on this. But again, I'm just a little bit, looking at the, the Trump candle that we're in right now. That's kind of the only thing that's causing me hesitance. Otherwise, I would trust my data 100%. And right now, we're kind of hovering around the expected amount that it moves against us if we are entering around the overnight low. Like all the data kind of supports like 9 to 14 points of drawdown. And then we're expecting, let's say between 40 and 50 points out of this. So might not be the one, that takes us all the way up here. Maybe we come up here and, end up coming back down. But according to the data, you should expect 40 to 50 points. And that would be from the overnight low, which is right around here, right? 24,188. No, it's a little higher, my bad. So it's 24,193. Also, this line marks it out. So we do see some buyers getting aggressive up here around 190. But previously, they would kind of get aggressive at a spot and then just kind of die off a little bit, allowing sellers to retake control. And it's looking like that might be the case right here. But if we get back up to 190 and see buyers get aggressive, it's looking good for at least a scalp on this trade for 30 to 40 points above here. So we'd probably be looking to take some profit up here. Sellers getting aggressive again, looking like a potential new low here. You try to short from 215, copy that. Well, it looks like you got some profit on the board already. It's starting to look good for a potential bounce here. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'll tell you what, man. If it wasn't for this data that I have on this long at the overnight low, I would not be taking this bounce. I mean, it does look like a potential good area. If we're looking at this as the low a day, we drive up, come back down to the origination of this big move, which is down here. It does look good from that standpoint, but based on my bearish bias, that I was trying to take it obviously from above here to come down here and potentially take the lows. I wouldn't have taken it if it weren't for the data. That's for sure. These this setup 6 and S5, I think are going to be invalid because of the fallout that we've had. Previously, I said they were still valid, but I think the monitor had to update the price action between here. So I don't think we should be planning on taking these long. Sellers looking pretty persistent. Again, it's kind of that situation where buyers kind of pop in and then disappear to let sellers take control. So to me, it's kind of looking like we're losing this area. Yeah, I'm hoping so, Iger. It's just they're being persistent. I wouldn't say they're super strong. They're being persistent. So kind of anticipating some drawdown on this trade. This candle, man, this candle could be, one that goes and breaks these wicks up here. Probably ideal if this candle just gets up above here and stops messing around down here. Had my finger on the buy button to add here, but I think I'm just going to leave it. If we end up getting 40 points out of here on 2 contracts, it's all right for me. Just not a ton of, except for, wanting to take this short up here, not a ton of clarity, at least for me. Little bit of absorption, 170. Yes. All right. Looks like we're getting a little push from the buyers. Now we need to see some support from passive buyers. We got a little bit of that at 24,198. But, par for the course has been buyers push it up, let it go for, sellers to retake control. This is looking a little bit different. We got a little bit of support down here at 198. Sellers pushing it down now, so I don't know. If we pop back above 198, I'm going to feel pretty good about this getting a squeeze up to, let's say, 24,237-ish is where I got my take profit. But again, it's like 30 to 40 points from 193. So probably a safer TP could be 24,220. Maybe I do this. Whoops. Nice Hogwarts. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so feeling better about this pushing long now. All right, first TP hit, nice. By the way, this this could be launching off here, and it could be going way higher. I'm being conservative. I'm playing it close to the chest today. And the data, like what my data is saying is that this move here is, you know, averaging between 40 and 50 points. I think maybe previously I said 30 and between 30 and 40, but it's between 44 and 52 points. After that TP right there could probably go break even. So I might do that. Yes, I did. I took profit at around 24,220, I think it was. So I took half off there. Considering a potential add down here. But don't want to be adding into strength from the seller. Seller's looking pretty strong right here. Maybe down at this value area low. All right, got an add in right there. Let's see. Could immediately come right back down though. Yeah, it looks like seller's still got control of this thing. We got a potential passive seller here at 24,188 that could be holding us down. So, yeah, we're making new lows here, it looks like. Might get stopped. Looking like that passive seller at 188 is kind of driving this thing. Dude, push it up. Push it up. Let's get it. Although it's kind of looking like it wants to sweep. Yeah, unfortunately got stopped out there. Hogwarts, I was just looking at the order flow here. Looks like we got a little bit of support down here around 76. Could potentially re-enter. I'm waiting. Because sellers still look like they're trying to do something. Watching carefully. If I see buyers jump in, I might re-enter because it's a good price down here. There we go. Sellers still have it. This is tough. I'm looking at the volumetric chart here, and it's just a tough read because it's kind of swinging back and forth between buyers and sellers right now. Got a little support at 24,182. Might be looking at this 24,220 as another potential first take profit, just because we did reject from here. Not a great reaction here as we reach the top of this gap. Could be coming back down for us. Would like to see bullish momentum continue through 24,200. Right here, we kind of stopped on a dime right here at 200. Nothing so much concerning on the footprint, except for the fact that we tapped it and then just kind of aggressively came back down. But it's not like we saw, I didn't see any like passive sellers there holding us down. It was more just aggressive sellers kicked in up here. This is making it a tough trade to hold here. So far, still looking bearish. You know, we had this bounce that happened right here, but it led to nowhere. And then we immediately made another leg down. And now we come up here, retest this gap, and start to look a little weak again. Kind of similar to like what was happening over here. And here, you know, still all of this looks weak when you're looking at lower highs being created, these gaps holding price down. So this gap holding price down here, I would say, unless we could break above this high really quickly, 24,207, if we start like grinding in here, I'll probably just close this. Okay, right at 200. Let's see if we can blast off from 200 here. Okay, good. Started selling off right at 207. Okay, we broke that. Let's see if we can push up. Seeing kind of sparse, aggressive buying. Nothing really worth noting, except for that there are some aggressive sellers up here above 204. Got a little bit of support here at 210. So some passive buying. Now let's hope that aggressive buying follows that above 210. Nah, that's not what we want to see. I think I'm going to close out too. That's not what I want. All right, so looking like this could come down. I'm gonna just leave my stop right here under this low. But this is not looking good. This is looking, like we're getting confirmation that bears want to continue pushing this thing down. Let's see if this area right here, 24,188. Let's see if that holds. If it doesn't hold and we drop out of this, it's looking like we have aggressive sellers getting paid to push this down. If we bounce from right here, 24,188, and we start moving up, then we have trapped sellers. But right now, it's looking like these aggressive sellers are making some progress. Got some passive selling happening at 24,186, potentially holding price down. Looking like this is going short and potentially taking these lows. But I'm gonna hold this stop here. Yeah, it looks like here goes. All right, now we might be looking for an overall short move. If we break below this level and are going for these lows, who knows? This, I think what's happening right now is, a potential just divergence from, the data. And if we have a divergence from the data, I would say in something as strong as this, then we could probably see a pretty big move come out of it. Let's say if we go break these lows. But we are digging into an inefficiency over here, so could be grindy. If you're looking at this from like this bullish move standpoint, what did we do after that? We came down, we bounced around, we grinded quite a bit down in this gap, and that's kind of what we've been doing. And then we finally tried to take a bounce here, and we couldn't. So now everything is looking short. But I don't know if I'm expecting that big dump that, from people being in trouble in here, because I think we got a lot of passive buyers in here. So now that we kind of failed this level, tried to take it once, tried to take it twice, didn't really get much. Might have to kind of give up on this long idea from the overnight low. Hogwarts, I think I answered you, but the way I could tell that it was looking like it wanted to sweep was just based off of what I was seeing in the order flow on the footprint chart. Looks like a continuation short. As far as setups go, I'm not sure. I don't have... this is all obviously looking short. Let's look at the higher time frame. Right now, I don't think I want to be positioned in long. If that bounce didn't hold, I really lost a lot of faith in taking longs. I think it's safe to step away for food. Hogwarts, yeah, depends. Again, I don't see any setups just in the immediate area for me to take at least. But we could get that continuation short, and if you're looking at being a little riskier, you could be looking for a breakout. I'm getting. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna save my charts and then restart my platform. Give me 1 sec. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to restart my platform. Give me 1 sec. All right, cool. Hopefully that fixed it. I was unable to switch my accounts or size, which is annoying. This looks like a potentially meaningful absorption slash rejection down here. Mainly just looking at this structure, this looks to me with the selling that was going on the footprint chart, like sellers should have taken this lower. Consecutive candles unable to close green as we're pulling back. potential windshield wiper, and when that windshield wiper gets cut early, you can see bounces from there. So I think because I've tried this bounce twice, didn't get a lot out of it, I'm going to probably stay out. But just looking at the potential for a bounce move out of here. Also, one of the things that I'm seeing here that could be helpful is over here. Oh, look at that bounce. Trap sellers, trap sellers, trap sellers, trap sellers. A lot of trap sellers in here. This 29 here on the 60-minute. So once again, rejected from here, 24 to 24-ish. Or sorry, this is, yeah, I think right on the dot at 224 or just under. We rejected again. So we pushed up, had a big push up last time, rejected, came all the way back down, eventually broke that low. Here it came up again, hard rejection up here. Let me check out the footprint chart. Yeah, it went up. I mean, it just kind of looked like an exhausted candle, not a lot of prints at the top, and just immediately reversed. So we went up there, probably no demand up there, and then immediately sellers just started selling it off aggressively. Tricky. Maybe we get a bounce here. This area flipping to short, while it's not on my sheet, could potentially be a short from up here. Could also be a short from up here. I'm gonna wait. I mean, right now, I don't have a great feeling about shorts now that we rejected from down here and we're pushing up pretty damn hard. This was the long we really wanted to see when we were in it. But I want to watch out for these areas. I don't want to just assume that we could short out of this because initially these were levels that we wanted to take long. So what am I going to do? I'm going to watch as we get up here. If this starts looking really strong, like we really got some buyers in here and we could take these highs, I might enter long from up here again. Or not again, but I guess trusting these levels for a second time after they were rejected here. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Looks like kind of a not the most ideal time to go to the restroom. Let me just either piss my pants or hold it. Give me 1 sec. Man, I don't know. I don't know. This is looking like it could blast up. Take a look at the higher time frame here. Looking like we got some buyers. Sellers immediately pushing this thing back down. I think I'm okay to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to wear a diaper tomorrow. Starting to look a little bullish. I don't know. I might be interested in taking a buy here. Damn. That's okay. I'll wait. Let's see where the stop loss really should be from this area. It's looking like, sellers might drive this back down, but let's see. It's looking like the stop is around 24,235. Looks like that could get hit. I'm going to leave it a little looser and my entry or my size small. Damn, that might have been a little fake out. And this area might be used as a short. So I don't know. I'm a little bit still 50-50 on this, I think. Once again, after we have those aggressive buyers come in, they just get rejected and the sellers take over immediately. So I don't know. I might have to kind of flip. This got me into taking a long because it was looking like we were unable to break this low, and now we were bouncing from that area. But maybe it's just going to be healthy to have a bearish bias on today. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Frazzy.
No Hogwarts, but I could see this working out as a short. We just got some bullish news. This was looking pretty bullish, looking like we were going to potentially squeeze like hard. I was when I was looking at it, it was looking as though this could be the start of a move that takes all these highs, but then immediately just started selling off in here. So, and I don't know, I was kind of 50-50 on whether or not I wanted to take it short from up here or long. And I think it just kind of, the momentum going into it tricked me into going long, but I could see this working out as a short. I'm 50-50 on it right now. This level and this level are key levels that you could take trades from. My data was looking for longs in here, but if we're considering this a failed setup in here, this could be used as a short. And yeah, welcome to the charts, monster. Not, I mean, I would say, you know, if you're short after this high, you could have had some nice trades. Yeah, Hogwarts. Yeah, why would I long here? And yeah, I think I explained it after you said it. It was order flow plus I was just considering this area as potentially still valid for a long. But you can see we're having a little trouble here. After this kind of being unable to really pull back, it would be great to see the follow up out of this and be a squeeze. How was it in Vail? It was nice. We actually didn't end up going snowboarding. We went up there and we went to Blackhawk first, went to a casino and hung out. And then checked into the hotel right off the resort. And then went to the concert, which was John Summit, and met up with some of my other friends and you know, stayed up super late, just having fun. It was a great time. How good am I at poker? I don't play a lot of poker. I play blackjack. So I am good. I am a good blackjack player because I learned how to count cards. But you can't always make money with blackjack. You got to wait. If you get I don't know why that happened there. But anyway, in blackjack, you kind of play it like poker. When the odds are not in your favor and you have a shitty hand, you bet the minimum, and when the odds start getting in your favor, then you push your bets. You increase the size. We actually had some really good shoes that came out where the probability ended up towards the end of the deck being on our side hugely. So I was able to make a little bit. I just ended up like 120 $20 or something like that. But it was good. It was fun. Texas Hold'em's very fun. Yeah, I would like to get a game together with my buddies for Texas Hold'em. Man, it's looking like I probably picked the wrong direction here. This area up here looks like it might be providing for a nice short, at least so far. Looks like there's not a whole lot holding us up, which means sellers start getting aggressive. They could push this all the way back down. Looks like no problem. Thin liquidity in here. A little bit of support down here around 24 to 233. Nothing major. But I do see passive buyers attempting to hold price up, and if we drop below there, yeah, it's looking like this could go pretty quickly to flush to my stop right here. Do you think it's reacting off the fair value gap right here? Right at the big drop. Yeah, in here. I think it, more than likely, it reacted off at this level more than this level. Up here at, 270 to 255. But yeah, that is within the fair value gap. But this level was established already. All right, so we got some schizophrenic candles here, I think. Could give me an opportunity to get out, break even, or hold it for a potential squeeze if buyers can keep pushing it up. Right now, I'm just kind of holding. This is the most I'm willing to risk, basically this low right here. It could come revisit into this gap, and that's okay. I just, for this move, I think that if we start dropping and digging in down here, it starts looking like we could come down for a deeper pullback or potentially breaking these lows. So I'm just trying to save a little money in this stop here. If it gets stopped out, cool. I can look for a potential re-entry, but not a ton of clarity so far. And that's one of the reasons I'm trading very, very small, just keeping it tight, under control. Also, if you're able to catch one of these moves, like this move right here, 190, 250. So, 60 point, all the way up here at this wick, this is 100 points. So kind of deceivingly large ranges here with not a ton of confidence. on direction, but let's see. Bearish. Kind of looking bearish right here. We did not sweep these lows on the previous hourly candle. So could see this next, like this hourly candle or the next hourly candle come down here. Unfortunately. Some absorption happening up here. You can see clustered around 250. See what happens once we get up to around 250 there. If we can get up there. You can see this 24,246 was a level where we had some single price print absorption. Nice, man. That's what your girlfriend picked for your colors. I see that. Nice. This candle could come down and sweep my stop. It's kind of looking like. Not much standing in the way of it. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe we need to refresh my shit. Yeah, something's definitely going on. Let me turn that shit off real quick. What is the story with the levels anyway? You mean these levels that are on my chart? Like up here? Looking like it's coming down, y'all. If you took it short from up here, looking like that was the move. Monster, I already checked it out. I was looking at your girlfriend's colors. Yeah. Oh, gold level 2, copy that. Yeah, so the levels are based on how I'm performing. I don't know what's going on right now. It's refreshing or something. I'll have to figure that out later. But essentially, it tracks my trades, how I'm trading, and then I will level up, for doing the right behaviors and level down for doing the wrong behaviors. But right now, I don't know why it's doing that. Let me check. So yeah, so essentially, I'm gaining XP every week for my trades, and based on how I'm trading, it'll modify like what my title is. I don't love any of this in here, to be honest. I mean, you could be looking at this gap for a potential long, but I don't love it. And you're just considering that we just came up to this level and rejected, started moving down, but not with a ton of strength. Not a terribly huge fan. Look at this thing. Could be a potential short in here. Could be a potential short. I don't love like kind of what's going on around here. Look at all that kind of nasty price action. The chop, 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 chop. We fall out of this range, come back up. Maybe we could come create a new low, and maybe this takes that low and then bounces back up again. Just not loving the uncertainty around here. one of the things I'm looking at right here is this, just being able to hold this. Again, the data was like 30 to 50 points, but just being in this and not getting stopped out, just holding your stop and letting this ride out could have been the move here. I don't know, definitely hindsight, because it was looking, this was looking pretty nasty. Starting to look a little bullish on the footprint. Yeah, I would say not. I don't know. It was looking a little bullish, and then kind of get up here, and then you start seeing sellers slam it down again. Could potentially be a squeeze coming. I'm gonna try a little long here. Right up here or up here is where you would anticipate it potentially getting rejected. So I would probably say I am down to put this in break even. If it slams back down, then I could see this going short. Yeah, you're talking about a breaker block, Hogwarts. Yeah, I think this long that I wanted to take was based on this potentially squeezing through. Looking like we're having a hard time here. I can see aggressive sellers up here at 52. Still looking like buyers could push this thing up, and we might get a squeeze. I guess the question is, how far up do I want to take this? If it breaks through this area, might be looking at, we got VWAP coming up. Got a potential take profit up here. All right, tap this level right up here around 74 and immediately dropping. I think my stop is actually in a good place for this. While we do have a gap in here, bullish momentum started, and this was kind of the area that it continued to push up. So it'd be looking at this area to hold support, and if it doesn't, could be looking at a bearish move. So I think my break-even stop is probably a good area where if it takes my stop out, it might be invalidation for this long. All right, stopped out break even. Looks like this could go short. Might need to, I'm just going to watch here for a second to see if this really is going to go short. If it is going short, it might be a short setup. I'm just a little bit unenthused about the progress that sellers have been able to make, in here, because this coming down here and really not pushing below this gap here, I would say is bullish. But, this overall move we did was bearish. So coming back up to this area that created this new low down here, I think is valid. Up here, 24,313 for watching for a potential rejection would be valid. If you're looking at this bearish move and thinking this could continue. Unfortunately, that stopped me out by like a point. It could go ahead and squeeze now that I'm out. Just give it a second. Oh, monster. I wasn't saying that it wasn't necessarily reacting off of the fair value gap. I was just saying that it's most likely reacting because of some of these other levels that were created previously, not just the fair value gap. Well, so it might align with the fair value gap, but my thesis was that it was going to react off of potentially, like, look at this level right here, which is within the fair value gap, but I thought you were trying to understand why it was reacting, or when you say, like, is it reacting off of a fair value gap? I don't, like, my assumption typically is that your fair value gap reactions are not always reacting because it's a fair value gap. It might react in a fair value gap, but for instance, like reacting at a low volume node that happens to be within a fair value gap, to me, makes more sense than reacting because of a fair value gap, if that makes sense. Damn. Stop me out by what? A point? Motherfucker. Yeah, so what makes a fair value gap invalid or valid? That's a really good question. I think anybody who, looks at fair value gaps, I think fair value gaps can be an indication that you could get a reaction out of there. But if a fair value gap is layered with different confluences, you'll have a much higher chance of it playing a role and being a reaction. So for instance, if you have a fair value gap that's tied to a low volume node, now you probably have a higher chance at getting a reaction out of it. If you have a fair value gap that lines up with a value area high, a value area low, or point of control, you might have a reaction out of it. If you have it lined up, let's look at how much it retraced to. So look, 50% retracement right here. That was right here. And you can see it reacted here and here. And I would say if you're using Fibonacci's, a 50% Fibonacci is it's a good one to check. If you have a fair value gap within 50% of a move, then you might get a reaction out of it. So when I see fair value gaps, I am trying to find confluence, not just saying it's going to react because there's a fair value gap. Because if you watch that, you'll notice that a lot of times fair value gaps can get disrespected. Here, to be quite honest, I would say this is pretty good reactions out of these if you're watching fair value gaps. There. let's just say in here, pretty good reactions to the short side. But here, like, okay, for instance, let me give you an example. I'm saying we got strong buyers here, we got strong sellers here, strong sellers here, strong sellers here. So when we come up and we have a reaction out of here, and we got strong buyers, strong sellers, usually what my thought process is not, is it going to react in this fair value gap because it's a fair value gap, but it's, are we going to see that we had strong sellers here, strong sellers here, strong sellers here? Are we going to see strong sellers defend this area? And when price comes up, are they going to aggressively push it down? So it's just a little bit of a difference in how you look at these fair value gaps and for what reasons. If you see, a fair value gap that has a key level above it, from predominantly one side, or it could also be from buyers above it as well. Because let's say you're a trap buyer up in here and then price comes up to this fair value gap where buyers are above. Now those buyers might want to, because they've been trapped long, maybe they might sell it off. So as price approaches their level, they're like, fuck it, I'm going to take a break even. They take a break even and it starts pushing price down. So my apologies if I wasn't kind of reading your question correctly. But when you were saying, do you think we're reacting off of this fair value gap? It's I look at it just a little bit differently than just it's going to react off this fair value gap. I'm trying to look at why would this fair value gap be important? Not because it's a fair value gap, but because we saw a strong reaction that created an imbalance. And then we have strong participants in the market that could be defending that area. That's kind of how I look at it. Dr. Ninja, you done for the day? Copy that, man. Don't blame you. This has been a little tricky of a session. So take it easy, man. Thanks for tuning in. This is a bummer, right? I'm looking back at my trades, trying to take this long. Initially took it long from here. Well, it was back here. Initially took it long from back here. Caught one TP, and then it came back, stopped me out. Tried to take it long up here, stops me out. Tried to take it long here, stops me out by a point. It stopped me out by 2 points here. 3 points. So 3 point stop and then it goes. 1 point stop and then it goes. So I've definitely got some frustration, but what can you do? So my original thought was if we can come up above this level here, if we bounce from this level, we could see a move all the way up here that takes all these highs out for today, potentially. We're getting into this other area. I don't know. It's been really tough to read, in my opinion. So look what happens when we got up to this area before. We reject from it, but we eventually take it. And for now, it's looking like shorts are having a harder time pushing this down. But that could all change up here because this is kind of a major level that we're reaching. Not a ton of conviction, I would say. Bull still looks strong. Looks like this could potentially squeeze. But my guess would be that if I try and enter here, we'll probably get a pullback. So maybe I'll look for a retest down here to enter long. Hourly looking like a potential reversal down here. So looking like we kind of tapped into here 3 times and then did not break the lows here. indecision candle, and then potentially a reversal here with an expansion. Squeeze through this level. Now we're breaking levels to the upside. These levels still exist for shorts. Man, unfortunately, we just missed these. That's okay. We are long on all time frames now. Long for the session, 60 minute, 30 minute, 15, 5, and 1. I hear, yeah. I mean, I tried to catch it. I got stopped out twice, that's just a testament to me having too tight of stops in here. I got stopped out by 3 points here. I got stopped out by 1 or 2 points right here. It's okay. All right, came back to my area. I was watching for long. I'm going to go in. Keeping it tight. If we can come a little deeper here to like 265, I'll add. $280 and $284 should be areas we get support from. And if we don't, down here around $260 is what I'm looking at. And if we fail this area, I think we could be going short. Got a little bit of a battle going on right here. We got aggressive buyers and sellers, same spot. So now that we broke under this area right here, would be, so we have a fair value gap up, then down, inverted, also a key level. So because we have this kind of confluence right here, we want to watch what happens when we get up in here. Do buyers get aggressive and push it through this whole area right here, or we got passive sellers hanging out up here trying to keep price down, in which case we would be seeing this potentially reverse into a short. I do see at 24,300, we did have quite a few passive buyers there trying to hold price up as it was driving back down. So 24,300 going to be a key level here to get over, hold over, and get aggressive over for longs. But Hogwarts, sounds like you are short. So right at this level is kind of, I would say, could be a potential confirmation area. Pretty aggressive short move out of that. You can see the sellers pushing it down, just having trouble down here so far. I'm seeing 24,285 as a potential support level. But down here at 280 also. So let's see. It looks like sellers are taking it. Going to be watching down here for a potential add. Coda wants to come say hi. What's up, Buster? What's up, bud? What's up, bud? Mars, you want to come in too? All right, well, come on then. Come on, bud. Come on. Yeah. Hey, bud. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Hey. Yeah, that's my good boy. All right, guys. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, so for the time being, it's looking like sellers have control of this thing, at least temporarily. But pushing down into 280, having a little trouble. See a little bit of support down here. I don't know, again, like this, I wanted to take this pullback because after all this move, just feeling long, like we could potentially go, let's say at least up to here is what I was thinking. But, just kind of like all these entries I've had today, they've been, not working out just immediately. Got some drama. Big push down, looking bearish in structure here, but you can see there's a little bounce happening, a little aggression. Who knows if it's going to sustain though. Honestly, I'm not super upset about being like negative $71 down today. Been trading small because I haven't had a ton of confidence in these trades. Yeah, Iger, he's a very good boy. All right, I've seen a little support here at 78. A little aggressive buying happening here. Yeah, trying to exercise, patience until I see something that looks good to me. This one looked good to me. I said that if it comes back down here, I want to enter long. But yeah, small size, should be a reflection of how much I believe in what's going on right now, and I just don't have a ton of confidence. So I'm sized down, and that's one of the ways that you can really save yourself some bad red days. If you're not feeling super confident in the system and the setups that you're trading, then size down for that day and reduce the amount you lose. And then when you come in feeling confident, on another day when price action is you're more in tune with it, I would say, then you can hit your nice base hits, your triples, your home runs. We got some seller absorption down here at 2481, 24281. Hogwarts, you're feeling short. I think if you're feeling short, you got to short. I don't think anybody should just be blindly following what I'm doing. I think you got to trade what you see, and I think it's great to have people that see different things on the chart. If we come up here and we start seeing a rejection up here, we could have a nice short move. Starting to see a little aggression come out of here, above 300. Would love to be able to add to this thing, but I mean, the price action hasn't really warranted it just yet. I mean, in that expansion up here, yes, it looked pretty good, but now we came back under 24,300. Now this is looking like a potential short setup. I think one of the things that's tricky about what's going on right now is this. we'll come up to an area, and a key level, and we'll reject from it and start moving short. But then we find support and then we go long. So I think that's tricky for shorts right now. Is that shorts haven't been paid from this point on. That point on, shorts have not been rewarded. From here, yes, for sure. But from over here, they're kind of getting trapped. This wick on the last candle is bearish. Yes, I would say so too. We had a buyer try and push it up. We got rejected. This buyer is now trapped. I'm kind of thinking we could come down here, find support, and then move back up. But let's see. All right, big seller here again. Let's see what happens. He's at 271, pushing down, looking like he's getting paid right now. No support here. No support here. Potentially support at 260. I'm going to go ahead and add right there. Did not see aggressive buying come out of that. Seeing a little more passive support here at 266, but you know, I don't know. It's looking like the sellers are continuing to push this thing. We got a little bit of support down here, but buyers didn't get aggressive after that. I see a couple now coming in around 73. This definitely not what I like to see if I'm looking for a rejection. You know, like we got a wick, but now it looks like we want to revisit the wick instead of just clearly rejecting like it did here. So this might have more downside to it. Aggressive buyers between 270 and 74 though, so if we keep pushing up and those guys keep appearing, we could get a nice break above 280. Right now, looking a little like they're being suppressed. There we go. Short-lived. Still kind of unclear. This could be I'm going to be watching this right here. See if we can break above that. Buyers kicking in right here. 24,278 again is where those aggressive buyers were hanging out. Kind of a key level for passive buyers and aggressive buyers. We had passive buying happen here at 278, and we had aggressive buying happen at 278. So let's see if we can get a push up from there above 280, potentially through. What's the next level I got here? A little cluster around 2480 to 85. Right now, we're still at risk. We're not through the woods. We still have this high to get through. And right where we absorbed here around 300. So 24,300 will be the next level. And as of right now, we got lower highs and lower lows. Well, actually, this one took out this one. So I don't know if this one is going to count, but we do have lower lows and lower highs. All right, 24,300. Let's see. We got aggressive buyers there. Immediately, sellers try and push it back down. We find a little bit of support there, but nothing on the footprint that looks like heavy support. So if it pushes back down to 24,300 and starts looking really weak, looking like either a pullback or reversal to go take these lows. Ideally, we stay above 24,300. Looking pretty decent so far. Previously, when we were up here, we did have those aggressive buyers pushing it up. They just either stopped up here at 24,310 or sellers just kind of took over. So watching up here, obviously, as we approach, this 24,310 level where we rejected from previously, and are we going to see those same sellers that got aggressive in here take it back down now? Or can we see a squeeze out of here? Looking like we could go for the squeeze. I shouldn't say it's looking like we're going for it. It's looking like it's still possible. Definitely a consideration to just take some profit off here. I've only got 2. Still looking like it could go and take these highs, but right now, pulling back. So let's see if we can find some support down here. Kind of thinking maybe we have 5 more points of pullback. I think we could push it here. Let's take a look at these take profit levels for this area. S1, S2, S4. S1, S2, S4. So this is valid, this is valid, and this is valid.